Okay. So I did play through a couple missions. I don't know where some people dropped out, but this uncontested front one basically just goes until you decide you're done with it. And then I haven't done this challenge one. So there were, I guess I've done like these two. Rock of Gibraltar was kind of a pain. Oh no, it wasn't that one. Which one was it? Gorge. You don't have the targeting computer. So that one kind of is a challenge. But I guess we'll just pick up here at Dead Reckoning. Caldez's garrison has gone to ground, invincible to reconnaissance and unwilling to show itself. Hi, Felix. Okay, let's see. Garrison within Caldez is invisible to aerial reconnaissance and they've gone to ground. Dug into old city cellars and stonework. Tier shells will force them into the open, permitting detection by aerial reconnaissance. Once positions are visually confirmed, destroy them. Invisibility to reconnaissance does not confer immunity to artillery fire. Oh yes, I did. The Warhorn triggers the movements of the troops, so you can't go ringing that willy-nilly now, which is no fun. Signal the advance. Once all 3 primary targets are destroyed, sound the war horn to commence the advance. Signaling before all 3 positions are destroyed will order our troops to advance into contested ground. Okay, so Iron Nest is at S7, and then we have 3 spotter units. All 3 positions confer dug in structures, no photo identification available. Enemy signal station in G5, so we have no idea exactly where that is. Oh, welcome in, Snowy. Enemy assembly area. I love that. West. And enemy field command. Okay. Make sure I put Iron Nest in the right spot. Totally didn't make a mistake doing that when I was playing it on my own off stream. S7. 8 0. Yeah, it's really good. I've unlocked a few more ammo types too, and I guess tear gas we get here. So phosphine. Okay. Chemical weapons. Yay. Tear gas. Low explosives. Yeah, so low explosives I had unlocked. Drill shell. This is just a piece of concrete, but there was a mission they gave us where the computer was broken, so it was useful for calibrating fire. Smoke shells. So these are just like deploy smoke cover for allied units, so sometimes allied units will request that during combat. Emergency move is just Iron Nest moves somewhere. You have no idea where, but neither does the enemy, so it stops the countdown for enemy shells hitting you. And then that goes with this one. You can get a report on where Iron Nest is. I guess we can't just look out the window. Forward observer, so you can specify a grid, and it'll tell you like where an enemy is within that grid. Then there is like a legit move, like, but you have to say like, okay, I want to move bearing something with a specific distance. So you do have to like keep track of what you put in, or you're gonna wind up having to get a position report. We did get a bigger shell, so we got a high capacity, high explosive. So that's not like the biggest on the blast calculator, but it's still very large. We had the incendiary and armor piercing, scout plane. I did wind up using scout plane for a different one because there were a couple missions. There's one where you have to shoot a train before it reaches a destination. And then there was a different one where you have to like shoot a ship, and like you really don't know where it is, so you wind up having to use the scout plane to get a lot of recon. But it's so expensive. And then yeah, star and high explosive and powder charges, just the usual stuff we start with. Well, we have no convention here, so I guess we can use either of these. So suppresses units and reveals hidden ones. So LE is just it has the same blast radius as armor piercing, but it's just an explosive one. So when you need like a precision strike, it's a cheaper option than armor piercing. And then yeah, tear gas ones are new for this mission. So I guess this one will kill them if they don't leave. And this one, I guess, suppresses them and reveals hidden ones. So like we don't know where anyone is in the town here. But yeah, unlike the blast calculator, there's the low explosive and armor piercing are at the same dial. And then yeah, the HCHE is this really big one. So you can pretty much take out almost an entire grid with that. I can't wait for the FLCH. And I'm guessing that Earthquake, we don't have it yet, but I'm guessing that that's an armor piercing variant with the large blast radius. At least that's what an Earthquake bomb was in Sniper Elite Resistance. Okay, so spotter 1 is in P6. Two 9 and 08 and 05. Okay, so these two are actually pretty close to each other. 0862 and 0563. That's rather close to the front, I think. Yeah, and then there is the concrete one, which is a very, very tiny shot. It's a training round, technically. Okay, so I'm just gonna double check here. Iron Nest is at S780. Spotter 1 is at P629. Although, I don't know. So, somewhere in the middle is generally where I'm marking them, I guess. Then 0862 0562 and 0563. Okay. So, enemy signal station is somewhere in G5. That's not super helpful, but okay. Enemy assembly area. Okay, so that's spotter 2 at 8.58. And spotter 3 bearing 271. So the signal station and the assembly area are almost the exact same. I'm also not sure how large the blast radius on the smoke weapons is. We haven't bought any yet, so. Spotter 1 just says it's west. Good job, bud. Literally all of the enemy is west of you. Wow. So smart. We should give him a medal. Okay, field command is 6.12 kilometers from spotter 2. And then spotter 3 says it's northwest. So, you know, this way. And spotter 1 says it's west northwest. So instead of a diagonal, it would be... So like this would be west, this would be northwest, and then this would be west northwest, I guess. So here-ish is enemy command, I guess. That's not super helpful, but okay. I wish I did have one that would let me like freely scribble or like put typed notes on here. That's the only real gripe I've had about the map table. Okay, and what are once primary targets are destroyed? Okay, so I'm guessing these are the primary targets. Yeah, the earthquake bombs are gonna be fun. Someone had mentioned a nuclear bomb. I don't know if they were just wishing there is one or if we will get one at some point. Although that would probably just cover the whole map. Like, you don't need a lot of precision with nuclear weapons usually. So the phosphine shell doesn't say it reveals hidden units. So I think we'll start with a couple tear gas shells per side. Yes, little sticky notes would be funny. If you called them the other thing, then you would get a cease and desist, probably. Because it's a brand name. Probably just get like a couple high explosives. We'll definitely use them eventually. Okay, yeah, and how are we doing on powder, actually? Oh, 50. Why'd they start us so low? Or did I run that low in the last mission? I'm not sure. So that'd be 70, and that'd be 90. If I did the math in my head right. Yeah. And we got another record, I guess. I imagine it's a brass band like everything else has been. Alright. Yeah, it doesn't give a blast range on it. Who knows? Guess we'll find out. I guess two of our objectives are like either I've screwed up or they are like right on top of each other, so we'll do that. So this will be 260. .2 and 12. Hi, Onyx. 12.44. I should kiss this thing. I'm very happy they repaired it after the mission. I didn't have it. It was so hard having to guess. I feel like they should have a printed book with tables for when the targeting computer breaks, but I guess we know we're gonna use the tier shell on the other one. Probably. Okay, 49. 7-6. We're definitely not pointed the right way whatsoever. Them having this thing roll over to 360 is actually very impressive from a mechanical standpoint. They could have been really mean and had it just go negative numbers. $263.2. Okay, so we're on a mission. I don't know why this is a checkbox, honestly. We are firing tear gas, bearing 263.2. Jeez, I can speak. and 49.76. And I assume we will get a reconnaissance photo once we fire this. I couldn't even like have these printouts from the broken computer to keep track of things on that mission. It was very... It really makes you appreciate the computer. Okay, yeah, they basically are right on top of each other. Unfortunately, one of them needs armor piercing and one of them does not, so I guess we'll have to do 2 shots. Because I don't think armor piercing is going to be big enough to hit both. Definitely not. Armor piercing's so small. Although we could probably use low explosive here for that target because we just have the one. I'm hoping that the tear gas hasn't made them move from where they were in this picture. I don't know how it works. Oh, and you are leaking steam for some reason. Stop that. It's not allowed. Okay, well, we will get an armor-piercing shell, and that is the left gun. And then we do have some HEs also, but... we'll just recalculate our bearing now that we have a more exact target. Okay. 263.0. You know, we were really actually quite close. We probably could just fire it in the same position. Yeah, I mean, AP is a pretty big bullet. Modern ones, like, are designed to go pretty deep underground and then explode, but yeah, in the 20s, it's probably just a solid chunk with a little bit of explosive. Alright. Armor piercing. 200. Now it should be 263.0. I must have just slightly gone past it. 263.0 at 49.68 degrees. Oh, low explosive is a little baby shell. I should probably check that in the computer. That doesn't make a difference. So that first one of these is the assembly area, and one of them is the signal station. So I guess the bunker was probably the signal station. That would be like radio. And then, no, I guess that was the assembly area. Okay. And then that's the signal station. Okay. So this would be like where they're storing weapons and stuff. And troops, probably. Okay, then the other one. I don't think the signal station could maybe move. It's probably not like super duper portable. The bunker definitely couldn't. They just say like underground. Oh, I guess if it has black squares on it, it's a mobile. So yeah, this can't move either. I don't think... Well, let's run a calculation with both, I guess. So it's 263.9 and 12.29. I don't think the low explosive flies differently. Although it is a shorter bullet, so... No, it doesn't give a different number. It's a little baby shell. Well, the thing is, these units are hidden from air reconnaissance. So if we didn't do the tear gas first, we wouldn't have seen them. Because they're hiding inside the buildings and underground. So, like, if there's any enemies over here, we can't see them right now. We'd have to fire tear gas in there. And then I didn't move these out of the thing after we got the pictures. Okay, 263.9. Okay, 49.16. Yeah. Two 63.9, 49.16. Okay. I guess we can start calculating our tear gas shot over here. We may have to do a couple shots because we don't know exactly where they are. Where would 10 kilometers put us, I wonder? No, 10's gonna be too short for sure. Okay, and that should have been signal station destroyed. Okay. So this is gonna be 289.3 and 10.48. And we can get rid of that one. This one we don't have a great idea of exactly where it is. Somewhere in that slice. 41. 289. We still have star shots, yeah, but if they won't show up on reconnaissance till we gas them out, they're not useful until the assault begins, probably. They figured out that we're using the airplanes to see where they are. .92. Okay, so tear gas. 289.3. 41.92. Firing the right gun this time. Although it would be hard to fire the incorrect gun. But yeah, so we're basically having to use the tear gas as our reconnaissance instead of star for right now. Okay, I guess the tear gas has a very large radius. I guess my estimation of northwest is wrong. They are on the distance circle though. I'm surprised they showed up. Okay. Wipe out our measurements. Another one that needs armor piercing. Okay, so this is 285. And 10.48. Well, that's convenient. I guess our gun's already set correctly. Each powder, well, 20 powder charges is 5 credits, so I guess each charge would be a quarter of a credit. So the gunpowder's pretty cheap. Okay, so we're doing armor piercing. Bearing is 285.3, elevation 41.92. And then we will probably want to stock up on some things before we start the assault. I don't know. I imagine we're actually assaulting this town, but we're trying to, like, cripple command and communications before the assault, but I don't know. This one doesn't have arrows on it. Sometimes they show the routes that troops are going to be taking to get into combat. Okay, so that should be field command, assembly area, and signal station destroyed. Yes. Okay, so we shouldn't need to know where those are anymore. They don't really tell us anything, do they? They do not. Well, what? So we have a tear shell and a high explosive. And I think we just have a high explosive left on this side. No, I guess we have a tear shell and a high explosive over here too. I don't know. I think we're probably in good shape. We can get another set of powder charges because we're down to 75. I was figuring we'd need like a couple tear gas shots to find things, not just one, so I bought 2 aside. And then we just wound up using the low explosive for this one because it's cheaper. I guess we can just signal the assault and we will see what happens. Signal received. Garrison of the city has been crippled. Primary objective complete. You may stand down. 10 enemies remain hidden throughout Cadiz. You may continue to engage at your discretion. Forward observers may also be requisitioned to assist in locating them. Okay. Let's just like do a requisition on like M6 and see what they come back with. Forward observers are very cheap. Yeah, I don't know if the tear shells are deadly. This one is, though. But I wasn't sure if the phosphine would, It didn't say it would reveal hidden units. I'm not sure about that one. M6. Okay. Okay, so there's enemy infantry. It does not give me a location. It's just giving me a bearing. Okay. 2-2, they're at 84 degrees. Well, presumably they're in the city, so if we like... The tear gas shell seem to have quite a bit of range, so I think we can shoot a tear shell, like, here. And probably find them. I mean, we already bought the tear gas, we might as well use it. 263. We actually want 35. $35.28. What this thing needs is some punch cards. Like this ticket it spits out should be a punch card you can just plug in up there and just set all the dials for you. Okay, that revealed a couple units actually. Like, how big is the tear gas burst? It must be quite large if it got all the way up there. So we fired like here. Now I kind of wish I hadn't erased that last line, but is that like a medium shell, or maybe it's more like that kind of range? I'm not sure. Yeah, it revealed one of ours also. Whoops. At least we didn't use the lethal gas. They're also suppressed. See you, Onyx. Thanks for dropping by. Oh, I guess we did kind of know they were there because they were the ones who gave us the reading of bearing to the enemy. Okay. So this is 5.93. I guess we could just load that high explosive as well. Okay, 269.8. And 593. And the other one is 561 at 262.8. So we're closer to the second one, actually, so we'll fire at that one first. And this should be 33.66. And you're gonna be like 35. 262.8, 33.66. And then we're going to 269. And it should be 35.58. 269.8. Okay, so how many units were we looking for here? 10. I don't know, maybe we'll do like Recon at N3 and see what we get. .27 kilometers from the position. You realize how somewhat unhelpful that is? Okay. N3 16. They are 1.27. Wow. Not very helpful. I mean, it's an audio report, so they're just like measuring sound-wise, but we probably need another piece of information. Let's do like N2, I guess. I have a feeling if we pick the same grid, we're gonna get the same type of data again. Oh, and this is a different target too. This is mechanized infantry. Well, let's see. N275, 105 degrees. So that's gonna be here. There are probably two targets close to each other. They'll report to the closest enemy to them. So this one probably isn't like down here on this ring, or N2 would have reported that one. So they're more likely up top, I think. But I think we can just shoot a tear gas shell here. Did we still... I think we still have one, right? Yeah, we have one over here. Okay, 6.50. And this is bearing 225. Oh, that's the wrong way. We spin. It's a very slow spin, though. $225.3 and 39.0. If I was here in real life, I'd be like adding Sharpie marks at like 40, 35. Granted, Sharpies haven't been invented yet either in 27, I suppose. Okay. Tear gas shell. Bearing 225.3. Elevation 39.0. I think we're then out of rounds, right? Okay. Which is fine. We're not really under a time constraint here, so we can just order things as we need it. Pretty much on point, yeah. Yeah, 6.57, and I guess the bearing is 0.2 degrees. Probably just do a low explosive, just because it's cheaper. Although, it would be kind of funny to hit them with the drill shell. I don't know if that's possible, though. I kind of want to see, though. Because I also wonder if there's an achievement for it. Makes you think of in Battletech's rulebook, there's like improvised ammunition where the mechs can just start like picking up shit from the ground and loading it into their Gauss cannons. It's like kind of the ridiculous things you could do. We're gonna hit you with a piece of concrete. The blast radius on this is exceedingly small, though. We'll see if it actually hits. But it's also a super cheap round. I mean, you get anything going fast enough, it can be dangerous. Man, I didn't get an achievement for that. That's disappointing. That actually makes it economical too, because it's you only get 5 points from destroying the unit, and these cost 3, so it's much more cost effective. Okay, so that's 3 down. we're looking to get 10 of them. So we gassed over here, so maybe we'll try gassing up top. I guess we'll just do something like that. Maybe let's just try one of these phosphine ones and see if it reveals enemy units. Okay, so this is a distance of 6.13 at a bearing of 249.4. This should be 36.78. Okay, we're firing a phosphine shell. 249.4. 36.78. Okay, so that does reveal them, but they also move when you do that. Okay. Okay, and this is enemy infantry number 1. Yeah. You've been thinking? That could be very good or very bad, depending on what you've been thinking about. Okay, 246.5. 5.53. Well, I did try one of the phosphine rounds and like it revealed them, but it did show that they were like here and had moved here. So like if they were like pinned down by your units or in some way where they couldn't move, then the phosphine gas might be more effective. Although in reality, I mean, chemical warfare in World War One was really bad, don't get me wrong, but at the end of the day, like, both sides started using it, and just both sides started having gas masks and protective equipment. Like, I think an incendiary round is probably more effective. Although the incendiary rounds are a little less controllable, because they could, depending on how close your units are, like, this game doesn't tell you, like, the weather conditions. You could maybe go, okay, the wind's blowing this way. It'll probably be fine. But you don't know that the next day the wind's not going to turn around and send the fire towards you. Granted, in World War II, the US did do a lot of firebombing of Japanese cities, and it was very devastating. So I guess if you don't have any units there, then I guess I'll just do another drill shell, I guess. Yeah, if we fired an incendiary around here, like, they could be in trouble. Or if we fire in here, the fire could go that way. It's not super clear to me how large the blast radius on the fire shells is either. They don't really say. And it may depend on what, like, each tile is designated as in terms of material. It would be interesting to dig a little bit more into, like, how this game is calculating some of the things. Okay, so this is bearing 246 and a half. Okay, 33, 1, 8. 246 and a half. Okay. I mean, I guess the other approach to this mission would just be use the biggest bombs and destroy everything. I assume military command wants the city. Okay, so we've gassed there, we've gassed up here. Wondering if the other units probably aren't, like, over here and over there, but I don't know. I guess we could do, like, K4 and see what they give us for nearest enemy. Yeah, I think the incendiary blast radius is pretty similar to the high explosive. They may even say on it. They say medium radius, which is the same wording they use for high explosive, medium radius. So I guess it's small, medium, large, and insane. $33 degrees from K450. 33 degrees? Okay. Yeah, I assume that units wouldn't be able to move into a fire. Enemy infantry number 6. That was 5. That was 3. Need to stack these up somewhere, but I need to keep track of 10. Is what we're looking for there. Unless they're like way up here, I don't know. Let's get another recon at L6, I guess. Okay, this is the same unit, infantry 6, so we should be able to locate it now. So this is L605. And they are 1.71. Well, let me see. They're saying it's infantry, so they're probably not in the sea. So I think we can rule out that one. They must be here. Okay, 271.6. And 6.24. I don't know what we're gonna launch. I mean, we know where they are, even if we can't see them. So I don't know if it's worth sending tear gas or we just blow it up. Probably just do an HE shell, I guess. And here we're going for 37. Let's see. 271.6. 37.44. Oh, there were two of them there, actually. Right on top of each other. Well, good thing we used an HE then, or we would have missed one. Okay, so that's 5, and that's 6. Oh, interesting. They don't show up as killed units on the photographs because we never saw them. Okay, so that was infantry 6 that we had a read on. And then we also hit recognize infantry 1. Okay. So there are still 4 of them out there somewhere. Oh yeah, they're not visible at all if you don't gas them out, because they're inside buildings and stuff. But somehow the forward observers know where they are. They're only camouflaged from the air. I don't know, M3. I don't know how much it matters. It's just gonna give us the closest one. Oh, enemy field guns. Yeah, the observers are the only ones that can tell you where the hidden ones are. Or, like, High Command will give you info from, like, the spotters they give you. M3... 5... 6... 27 degrees. Well, that unfortunately covers a very large area, so I think we'll have to call in another reconnaissance. 04 maybe. Okay, that's still field gun number 2. 0416. And they are 1.57 kilometers. They're really close to you, dude. You can tell. Because I don't think the field gun's outside of the city, probably. Well, I'm also trying to think. We had used... I think this one had given us that one. I don't know which unit had told us this one was here. Because they'll always give the one closest to them. I think it's got to be the one in this here. Yeah. Probably do low explosive. Maybe. I mean, the other option is it's field guns, so it's probably not mobile if we hit it with the phosphine gas. I mean, we're probably fine with an HE. Our unit is... Our reconnaissance unit is far enough away as long as we're careful. Or the gas is another good choice. I mean, our unit should be able to move away from the gas. And the fixed one can't, so... Maybe we'll do that. 243.4 and 685. Actually, I could be setting our bearing while we're waiting. $43.4. You're going for 41, right? Yeah, like the art design on like everything about this game is very well done. Okay. Yeah. Bearing 243.4. 41.1. Okay, they must be up here then. Or I screwed up my math somewhere, but I don't think I did. I swear we keep flip-flopping between the two different directions. Firing 260. Yeah, I mean, it's possible I screwed up something, but... Oh, silly me. I thought the field guns would be mobile, wouldn't be able to move. Well, they didn't like the tear gas, that's for sure. Or the phosphine gas. Well, we know where they are now. Yeah, I guess they're like a mobile anti-tank guns or something that can be like pulled behind. Okay, so this is 555. And 260. 2.5. Oh, I got it exactly. Uh-huh. And I guess we'll just explosive round. Okay, 262.5. And 33.3. 0. Okay. 262.5, 33.30. Okay, so there are 3 left somewhere. I guess they can be... Or no. Did I miscount somehow? I can't have miscounted how many tokens I have. I only have that many tokens. Okay. Well, there are still more of them, regardless. I guess we'll just call in more reconnaissance to find more of them. Okay, but let's see. We've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess we'll just like 04. See what they tell us. Or 04. You would think I would be able to remember one letter of the alphabet between here and there, but apparently not. Enemy field gun 1. Okay. 0451. 343. Okay. What if we do something back here like R7? Okay, R7 9-1, and that's a 290. Okay, this was 0451 343. Okay. The field guns are a lot further outside of the city than I was expecting. $288.0 at 6.05. I guess we'll just do an HE shell. Well, you know, we'll see how this game progresses, but military might doesn't mean that you will actually be able to deal with a weaker force, because yeah, they could do guerrilla tactics or different things that if we don't know where to point our giant gun, it's not very useful. Okay, this should be 36.3. Well, I mean, the British sort of made that mistake with the United States colonies. And the United States has made that mistake multiple times throughout history, like Vietnam and more recent conflicts. Wars rarely seem to solve problems. Okay, and there were 2 units there, I guess. There was field gun 1 and infantry 4. So there is 1 enemy unit somewhere. Yeah, the enemy hasn't been too strategic with generally a good strategy when from artillery fire is spreading your units out, which they have not done. So I guess we're just gonna ask for more directions. Let's just ask A1. Okay, A199. They are 13.61 kilometers away. Oh, I did 13.62. And if we go all the way to T1, four, 5, they are 10.03 kilometers away. I think they probably should change this to not give info if they're over a certain distance away, because doing something like that makes it much more, you don't have to be like, gee, are they at this intersection or are they one completely off the map? But that only really happens when you're down to like just one enemy. Okay, so that's 286.7 and 6.48. Someone should really invent a valve that doesn't loosen. Okay, 38.88. Okay, I'm like, why is there no kill token? There we go. So that should have been 10. So they advanced in the city. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. I guess they're just not going to tell us when we defeated all of them. Oh yeah, I guess I never do actually put the firing platform away, but I guess we could do that. There's just some unnecessary complexity because it's cool, but like there is no reason why you would design it that way. Now, where's Felix? Probably already in bed if I know a cat. Oh, he's headed there. Hi, Felix. Cadez has returned to the crown after its garrison, having gone to ground rather than face the repercussions of their actions, was located and destroyed before nightfall. The general overseeing the operation called it the cleanest work this army has done all year. With foreign support for the anti-monarchs now visibly thinning, officials describe morale within the crown's ranks as the highest it has been since the war began. They went to ground because they had nowhere left to stand, the general added. We did not need to hunt them. We only needed to be patient and let the war do what it has done to men, women, and children without a cause. I'm pretty sure we did do something to them, but, you know, whatever. The First Sea Lord has ordered the Grand Fleet to war stations along the channel. The command Parliament has neither approved nor, as of this printing, managed to reverse. France has responded by recalling ships, men, and materials from abroad to defend its own coastline. Oh yeah, the French and the British are having a spat now because we blew up one of their ships and made it look like the other did it. I'm curious how this requisitioning thing works, if there's just like a target number of points. We unlocked white phosphorus shell. I don't know exactly what that does. Zavala is the last city holding out against Castile in the south, and allied forces are moving to take it. Earnest stands ready to support every call for fire the advance requires. Savalia, the Andalusian capital, the last position still held against us in the south. Earnest is clear to support the final assault directly. Our infantry hold at the walls awaiting your signal to commence the assault. Be prepared. Once signaled, our frontline elements will call for offensive and defensive fire support missions. The assault will only succeed if you answer these quickly and correctly. Sound the war horn to begin the assault. Note, some positions are inside buildings and invisible to aerial reconnaissance. Okay, so we are at S7. 5, 7. And we have a red light on field reports, which I don't like. Field officer to Iron Nest. Caution, lethal shells landing near our allies will cause unnecessary casualties. Yeah. Use smoke shells to reposition allies at risk. Allied units will move towards the point of an impact of a smoke shell. Please stand by for your signal. Okay. So we are kind of going in blind. We got another letter. Dear Iron Nest, we walked through a little village today. Nobody was there anymore, and there was bread still on one of the tables. I don't know why someone would leave bread behind. I tried to find you like I always do. I couldn't. I hope you'll be back soon. Thomas. P.S. I drew this for you. Okay. And we get another record. More brass band music. Oh, we can actually put on the gas mask? That is concerning, actually. I think they're just making sure to spell out the objectives for players who maybe took a break between levels. I'll put it that way. Okay, white phosphorus shells. Units will flee the cloud or die if suppressed. Also has a chance to ignite fires. You probably don't want to be setting things on fire with so many allied units going to be close in this mission. So smoke shells, we're going to need those both for, we can have units reposition, but I've also in a previous mission in combat, they might request smoke cover. Yeah, it's a chance of it's a mix of incendiary and gas, although it's only a chance to ignite fires, and I don't know if those fires can then spread or not. Let's see. So then there's phosphine shells, tear gas shells. We may want some low explosive in case we're getting close to our own units. I don't know if we're gonna want any of like the huge bombs. We'll probably end up needing some armor piercing. Again, I don't think we want to be using incendiary here. Let's check how we're doing on powder. 70. Okay, so that's carrying over between missions how much powder we had left. We may want star shells, and then we're probably going to want AG shells too. I'm gonna get like 2 smoke per gun. Maybe like 1 tear gas each. And then what that leaves us with 3 slots. I mean, armor piercing and low explosive are basically the same. I don't know, maybe we'll get like 2... Yeah, we'll get like 2 HEs, and then we'll also get an armored piercing in each. Yeah, basically just the basics. And let's just make sure we start out pointed in a reasonable direction. Something like bearing 262. Because they have us pointed completely the wrong direction from where we need to be. I'm pretty sure the picture they're using for the outside is always the same, but I'm not 100% sure. I guess we're ready to start. I have no info on where any of our units are. Well, I guess we'll see what happens. Commencing assault. Really, they want tear gas? Did I even order tear gas? God damn it. I think I did. Yeah, okay. Tear gas shell. I should have copied that down. Okay, we have quite a bit of time. Infantry 7 from our position, M337. M337. Distance 0.39 at bearing 266. 66039. Couldn't you just told me exactly where you wanted it? This is a nuisance. Okay. Important. Tear shell first, then high explosive. Okay, so that's gonna be 7 kilometers, which is 2 charges. High explosive shell. Okay. This is a distance of 7.73 kilometers. With 2 charges. Okay. That's going to be 46. $238.5. Okay. Right gun is the tear gas. Okay. Bearing 2.38.5. 46.38. I did not set that yet. They didn't say how long to wait. This is getting more complicated. I also didn't check that they were at a safe distance, but I guess we'll find out. I sort of assumed they wouldn't do an unsafe round. Okay. Okay. Enemy mechanized infantry destroyed. Okay, so these are just their units. Infantry 7, your fire cleared the way. We completed our mission and destroyed 5 and 8. Okay. I don't know if I should be taking pot shots at other units. Okay. Smoke shell position G930. We have some info. G930. This needs to be smoke. Okay, 12.27. Okay, smoke's all the way around from both of these right now. Okay, bearing 276. $276.1. Going for 49. I don't know, that's probably there. Before 10:22, so we have plenty of time. 4908. Smoke. Bearing 276.1. Elevation 4908. guess we'll just do that so we have a smoke shell ready. Okay, so they've been able to take out a couple units. Yeah, enemy infantry and mechanized infantry destroyed. Okay. Position. Oh. Requesting HE from our position. Okay, F9. Where's F9? F9. 5-8. So they want bearing 271 at half a kilometer. So they want us to take out that unit, basically. I assume we'll be fine using an HE on that position. Yeah. Okay, that's 13 kilometers. So that's gonna be 3. Okay, this is 13.71. Okay, bearing 278.8. $2,788. Okay. We have until 10:25, so we're doing good there. 54, 55. It's around here. Oh, I guess it's a little bit more than that. Okay, 54.72. Okay, we have a high explosive shell. Bearing 278.8. 54.72. Okay, so what are we down to? Armored piercing. Blip. 2 smokes and a tear gas on that side. And we have a smoke at 2 high explosives, armor piercing on this side. Okay. Okay. Interfuge 5, continuing advance, destroyed mechanized 4. Destroyed infantry 2. Okay, well, I assume someone somewhere will shortly. Okay, high explosive shell. Our position, J7. Okay, so this is someone we haven't seen before. They're at J7 for 6. They want an HE at 192. 2 and 0.76 kilometers. Okay, we still have HE on this side. Okay, so this is 9.29. And we loaded 2 charges for that. It's bearing 264. And we overshot a little bit. $264.9. And we're shooting for 55, which I think is more like that. 55.74. Okay, high explosive shell. 264.9. 55.74. Okay, infantry 3 was able to destroy enemy infantry and field gun 5. Okay, they need a smoke shell. At N329. N329. Okay. Well, we have... That's tier. We have smoke. Okay, this is 6.5. $234. $234.4. Okay. No, it's 39. 39.00 actually. Okay. Smoke shell. 234.4. 39 degrees. I mean, we could take out... They're under fire from these field guns. I mean, we could potentially just take those out. Enemy field gun 3 destroyed. Enemy infantry 3 destroyed. Mission completed. City falls. Andalusia is ours in full. One front closes the south. The strait beyond are secure. You may stand down. Street-to-street fighting continues below. Remaining elements are no longer a required target. Continued fire support is authorized at operator discretion. Okay, let's get these kill tokens off here. There's a big group of enemies there. We could get all of these with just a high explosive. I believe we still have one left. Don't we? Yeah, we have an HE here. We still get penalized for destroying our own units, so we'll be a little cautious with the fire, but... Okay, high explosive. Stop leaking. Honestly, the steam stays in the pipes. Okay, and there is one field gun left there. Probably just do a drill. Yeah, probably. Low explosive or drill. Oh no, here it is. I'm like, did they not give us drill on this mission? Stop. Someone really should like glue those shut or something. Okay, 47, 7, 6. $226.5. Okay, looking over here and going, ooh, we could use a really big explosion there. I guess we'll just get these ones. I don't think we can get anyone else. So this is 12.27. Okay, so that needs to be 3 charges. Time for a big boom blah. .08. Bearing is not set correctly. That could have ended less than ideal. .5. Okay, so bearing 271.5, 49.08. Gun is armed. I'm a little disappointed the kill tokens reset when you leave and load a save. So you don't get like a huge stack for your whole career, but there's a couple targets here. There's some over here. And there's a big chunk of the city we haven't even seen. Yeah, this crater is like huge. Let me even see what the diameter on this is. Yeah, it says like a radius of 0.35 kilometers. I don't even know. That's pretty big. I guess we'll just mop up some of these smaller targets. No, that's not the right pencil. Okay, so those are actually on the same bearing, which is convenient. Okay, so we have 10, 9, 6, and 11.43. I guess we can just do like a drill shell for both. Alright, 269.7. $45.72. And you should be 43.84. Drills, bearing 269.7. Elevation 43.84 and 45.72. Guess we'll hit this one since we can see it. So that's 13.21. Why another drill shell, I guess. Yeah, the recoil on this thing is insane. Like, and you look at this, they have like this whole like recoil system with the chain where like the whole back of the gun like moves to try and absorb some of it. Okay, 273.3, okay. $52.84. It's probably recon time. I think I'll do big on these. This one's a priority target, so it'll give us more points too. I don't know if it'll be like 25. It's not very efficient to do it that way, but why not? I'll wait to fire it till after the ad break though, because I see you got one coming up. 9.40. Let's just spell out that it's the high explosive one. No, you went too far. $248.0. 2 powder charges. Let's go to 56. Okay, high explosive, 248.0, 6.4. I think here, well, Well, we could probably do training shell, or maybe we drop some smoke to get 4 to move back so we can hit that one. But I think that's the only one left that we can see. All right. Ad should be over. Felix is just down there, not bothered. It's like, that cat's pretty chill. I guess we did get a couple more units revealed. Let's see. We still have... Yeah, we still have a tear gas shell too, so we could use that as reconnaissance and to see if there's anything hiding, I guess. I don't know. I guess we'll just like shoot here. Nowhere in particular. That's 255, which I guess is just close enough to turn 2. Yeah, so I took those 3 out. And then we're just gonna shoot a tear gas over here to, since we have it. Possibly there just aren't enemy units back there. I guess we can hit some of the ones we can see here. This one will give us more recon photos around it, so... $10.4. 0. We could probably get a couple drills for each side. this is 256.1. 3. There might be some hidden units. I guess we'll see. Once we get rid of the ones we can see, we can ask for field reports and see if they come back with anything. Okay. Doing a drill shell, bearing 256.1, 41.6. Stop leaking. You know, the fact that so much of this is steam powered means there's some... Well, maybe they have a steam-powered fed boiler, but I also just have this image in my head of there's some guy somewhere in the middle of Iron Nest whose job is to sit there and shovel coal into a boiler. Okay, so these two we can take out. The other one, we will either have to be very careful or we can use a smoke shell to try and reposition it. That's the multiplayer you want to see? Are you sure about that, Aqua? Which would you rather be, the one shoveling the coal or the one firing the gun? Oh, it's a toss-up. We'll just do 3 charges for each, even though it's a bit of a waste for the one that's under 10 kilometers. You know, I should have put the bearings in the calculations because now I'm not sure which bearing goes with which distance. Okay, 9.62. $253.4 and 10. $57 is 259.1. Oh, it's not out yet. I don't think it comes out till next year. But that sort of sounds like Stars of Icarus. Where you have like a team, except that's PvP, which I'm not like a huge PvP person, but Okay, 259.1 should be 42.28. Okay, so drill shell, bearing, 259.1 at elevation 42.28. And then we need to go to 253.4 and 38, so that's more like there. Okay, we hit that target. Okay, this should be 38.48. Okay. Two 253.4, 38.48. Okay. I think we still have a smoke shell. Yeah. Okay, so we need unit 4 to get away. I don't know if both units are going to move towards it or just one of them. I have no idea. Okay, make sure we reset bearing to 0 if I'm not going to be using it. Or I will put the wrong thing in. Okay, 8.70. We can get a couple more powder charges while we're here. $250.6. $252.20. Okay. Smoke shell. 250.6. 52.2. Stop it. I know things loosen when they vibrate sometimes, but holy smokes. What are these valves even for? Well, we put this valve on the steam pipe that instead of just turning the steam off inside, it just opens it to outside of the pipe so that you can get burned on it. Okay, I guess all the units move there. Listen, the giant ass gun that just blew this humongous crater tells you to move. You go, I'm gonna move. You listen, you know? Okay, 835. We have, yeah. The drill shell is like, it's just painted concrete. Yeah, I mean, if you're infantry out on the battlefield, like, artillery is no joke. They tell you to move because they're gonna shell somewhere. You get the hell out of there. It's a slingshot on steroids. We're just throwing giant rocks at them. Okay, 249.6, 5010. I mean, giant rock is one of the contributing factors to the dinosaur extinction. It was just a lot bigger than this rock. Okay, well that's all the ones we can see. So now we can just like call in a recon and see if they give us any info. G5 maybe. I don't know what FO will do if there's no enemy. $237. I'm not sure what FO1 is, but okay. G5 94. It's a bearing 237. Okay. I guess maybe we'll do F5 and see. I don't know if they'll see the same thing. They've got FO2. Okay. It's a little less helpful when they are reporting different targets. F561. 7 kilometers. Huh? So we did F5. Let's try G4. I wonder if they're not bugging out because there are no enemies, but I would think they would have expected that situation. F03, eyes on F03. I think it's bugging out because there aren't any. Okay, because this is G4, 6, 1. And they're at 245 degrees. But this is a third unit. I'm guessing we got them all, and this is a bug. Because these three, they should report to the closest enemy. And there's no way that if the closest enemy is on this line for this unit, and that line is including this area over here, and these ones are reporting something over here, like it must be a bug. Because it's also like forward observer 1 has eyes on forward observer 1. Like, that doesn't make sense. Okay, I'm gonna assume that's a bug and we got them all. Oh, we already read that, yeah. Put our little platform away for the day. Hi, Felix. I don't know how you don't fall between the floorboards. Oh, now the Germans are invading France. Well, in this universe, it would seem that World War II happens about 10 years later. I think. France has received no formal support. Oh yes, the other thing I noticed here, Hindenburg celebrates its 100th crossing. So I guess the Hindenburg did not blow up yet in this timeline anyways. Proof that hydrogen is safe and sociable. Sure. Most kills by single impact, 4. So, targets without aerial reconnaissance, high kills per shot ratio. Eliminated all enemy units. Okay, so yeah, we got them all. And conducted fire operations with minimal casualties. Yeah, we got all the medals this time. And we unlocked a PCLM. I guess we'll find out what that does later. Okay. I haven't done this one, but I think it's just a challenge level. They had it in the demo and there was like a competition to see who could get the highest score. So this is a new one. Lookouts report ships on the horizon at first light closing on the beach. Iron Nest and a minimal infantry contingent must hold the landing until reinforcements arrive. Well, that sounds less than ideal. I have a feeling this is going to be one of those timed missions. And I really hope their battleships don't decide to target us. High Command to Iron Nest. Dawn Patrol reports the horizon crowded with hulls. What was believed to be a routine fleet movement is, as of first light, confirmed to be a naval landing in force. Your objective is to prevent enemy landing forces from reaching your defenses line until units arrive at 714. The defensive line is vastly outnumbered and will not hold. Survive until 714. 6. First contact. Okay. In like 3 minutes. A couple minutes. Great. What do you have? Absolutely nothing. Okay. Super helpful. Iron Nest is at 0118. Okay, defensive line is where? Nowhere. Okay, I'm guessing it's the blue line. We are going to parachute delayed cluster shell. 6 high explosive bombs, staggered impacts 10 seconds apart. Okay, interesting. Probably scout plane is going to be our best bet here. Let's do like A8 bearing 90. They don't seem to be here yet. Also good to know there is a limit to how far that goes. If you go the other direction, it basically covers everything. Are you gonna like tell us? They'll send us reports. You know how unuseful that is? I guess we didn't get anything this way, so we'll do bearing 360. Oh, do we have targets now? Landing craft, prepare for beach landing. F10. F10 19. Okay, and they're like headed this way. Are they giving us more photos? I'm not. Okay, 262.2. I see why we have that, because timing's gonna be such a bitch on this one. I'm like not seeing enemy units at all on these photos. Are they hidden or what? And we're pointed in completely the wrong direction. I don't know how I managed that. Or we're not where I thought we were. We're at 0118. What bearing is that? 292. Okay. My dyslexia got the better of me there, I see. Yes, it's very funny, Chaos, when it's not you making the mistake. Why are you giving me all these film strips with no enemy targets on it? This sucks. They should already have, like, crossed the line. I don't understand. I thought you were laughing at me, Chaos. You came in with the laughing emote, didn't you? Oh, now I see enemy target. Let me guess. Landing craft 3. Okay. This is very inconvenient. That's your exclamation emote? It's very tiny on my secondary monitor. OBS chat be very tiny. Okay, we have another star shell loaded. Let's see if we can see what the heck's going on here. Also, why are you giving me flyovers of our side? I'm not targeting our side. Why would you give me pictures of that? I want this pilot fired. He's worthless. So we're just gonna shoot this one and hope for the best. And buy some more, because these ones are shells every 5 seconds or something. They're like parachute delayed. And why are my pipes leaking? Oh, I'm like, why can't I load that site? Because the gun hasn't reset yet, genius. I do great under pressure, can you tell? I suspect he's working for the enemy because the only thing he's getting pictures of are our positions. I guess he wants to make sure I don't shoot our guys? I don't know. Well, the delayed bombs are nice when they're trying to land, when you're trying to hit a moving target. Did I hit it? Oh, I did. Woohoo. There are more ships out there somewhere. Let me see. So, oh god, we're on to 4 crafts. So there's one at A10. There's one at J10. There's one at O10. Okay, so we have A... Please get this out of the way. A, J, O. Great. Okay, they're going in straight lines because the game devs are nice, or the enemy is incredibly stupid. I will not complain. Except I have only loaded these with... Yeah, I loaded both of these with 2 powder shells. Yes, okay. So that does somewhat limit who we're gonna shoot. Shoot. Can I get... Shoot. I should have just been loading extra powder charges if I was smart. A10... O10, J10, A10. Okay. Well, I can certainly hit J10. Okay. Blech. Here. I don't know. 7.66. Okay, that's gonna be 45 degrees. Are we linked? We're linked. Okay. 45. I need to be pointed at 320. I saw your brownies, by the way, Chaos. I'm jealous. I could make brownies, but I didn't, so... 45.596. You know, I'm skipping the checklist, honestly. Hopefully they are still gonna be there. I guess we will wait and see. It was much easier when the targets were not moving. Oh shoot, they're ahead of it. Okay, 6.82. Bearing 314. Okay, you need to be 40.92. I need more bullets. We need many more bullets. I'd use incendiary shells, except I don't think I can set the water on fire. Did we hit them? Yes, we hit them. Yay. On to the next big ass problem. There's one in O somewhere. There should be some in A that I don't see. Where in O10 was it? 49? 4. It's column 4. Here, I guess. I don't know. Load the shell. We're just gonna be super wasteful and load these with 5 shells so I can hit anything I might want to. And that also means we don't have to travel as far to shoot. No. Okay, this is bearing 2.8. I don't like that I'm not seeing enemy units. .8, and you should be at 14.18. Oh, they are a lot closer. This pilot sucks. 4.19. 4.19 is gonna be what? 10 degrees. Great. 4 degrees. 4.1. Maybe we'll shoot a little closer. We'll do that. Get the next shell in, please. Shoot. That's a problem. We got some that landed. Time for big explosives. big bomb. Oh, somehow... Oh, our units must be attacking them, I guess. Oh boy. Things landed over here. How did that happen? I don't know. There's still one left here, though, we should take care of. Although this bomb is hellaciously oversized for this. 3 kilometers. They are about to have a very bad day. 7, 4, 2. Uh, 359, 1. I should probably be a little bit more careful when I'm shooting the really large ones, but you know. And they moved. I love it when they move. They shouldn't be allowed to do that. I remember specifically saying that I liked that the enemies did not move in this game. I took a couple ships out anyways, yeah. I got that one. Yippee. Supposedly there were ships coming in on A, I don't know. What do we have? Oh, I hit one of our own units. I really wish you would give me pictures of where the enemy is. Can we get these tokens off of here? I can't see anything. Now what are you telling me? Anything useful? That is not helpful. I'm like blind because they're just taking pictures of our own line. I guess I need to order like a flyby at like A6 at 90 degrees, I guess. It's like there are no enemy units here. Artillery overrun at K3. There's no enemies at K3. Like, what is going on? That's the one place you are sending me an excessive amount of pictures. I don't want pictures of Spider-Man, I just want pictures. guess, do I need to be like sending star shells? Do I even have star shells? But there's like also all these units at K, so like what is going on? Star shell. Except what? Now this already has something stuck in it. Yeah. Okay. Well, this side then. Wrong direction. It's not the big one, it's one of the timed ones. I think. It says PLCM, I think that's the timed ones. Like, they keep sending me pictures of the line, and there's nothing there. Unless there's a ship somewhere, but I ran like this whole strip. I don't know, did they blow themselves up, maybe? I thought we only needed to survive till, like, 17 after. You must hold until 7:14. Oh, I guess I can stand down. I totally missed that. I've been sitting here panicking these. Okay. But then what destroyed that unit? Well, I guess we did it somehow. I only accidentally maybe did a bunch of this. Actually, I think I only did this one. But like they could... Why the pictures? This pilot needs to be executed. Hi, Felix. At least you're calm under pressure. Yeah. Why didn't they put you in charge? You're too smart to take the position. That sounds about right. A fleet bearing no flag, no markings, and no insignia of any kind appeared off Castile's coast at dawn and attempted a landing in force. By dusk, the fleet had been returned to the sea in considerably worse condition than it arrived. A feat the ministry credits entirely to Earnest, which held the line unaided, and by all official accounts, unbothered. I was significantly bothered. The ministry describes the size of the invading force as substantial, a word officials insist should not be mistaken for alarming. Oh, I see. The insurance one before. I've seen it somewhere else where it said did not cover and it was cut off. So here it says does not cover unspecified impacts. Is that what we're calling it now? Earplugs block out noise, fear, and rumors. Now standard issue for loyal households. Silence is safety. This mechanical bull one keeps showing up randomly. I got very minimal medals for that one. I destroyed 3 targets in rapid succession somehow. Maintained exceptional accuracy. I didn't do that. Yeah. But like, yeah, they just kept giving us pictures of the beach. And I was like, I guess I was trying to hit the ships before they landed on the beach. Maybe I should have just been planning to attack the landing spots. I probably could have handled that better. Yeah, I'm sure the cat's absolutely disappointed at Plane Guy. You could still hear him going by. It's great. Accuracy 21%. That's gonna be my worst ever. There are leaderboards here, and I am not on it. Let's see. Anti-aircraft batteries over the Turia deny all reconnaissance. Holding an advance on Valisian at a standstill. This is another one where we're not going to be able to see anything. Although, they probably won't be moving around as quickly. Let's see. Ground forces have entered the outskirts of Valencia. It is halted at the river. Anti-aircraft batteries there deny reconnaissance. Advance cannot continue without reconnaissance. Clear anti-aircraft batteries. Be prepared. No reconnaissance imagery, including shell impact photography, will be available, while any anti-aircraft batteries remain operational. Forward observers can be requisitioned should additional intel be required. Okay, we have an Iron Nest location and 3 spotters. And I guess a letter. I had a nightmare last night. I heard your footsteps, but they didn't bring me comfort. They sounded wrong. There were too many of them. I woke up covered in sweat. I hope you're all right. Thomas. Thomas, I was until you sent me this creepy ass drawing. What the fuck, Thomas? Why would you do that to me? I thought we were bros. Why do I have a feeling this one's gonna be creepy? Oh no, it's just more brass music. Okay. Okay, so Iron Nest is at C2. 8 to 9. G10. 7, 4. E4. 4, 7. And Q2. Eight, 0. Okay, we're gonna double check. C2, 8, 9. E4, 4, 7. G10, 7, 4. I see our nuts and bolts stay in the same spot between missions, I think. Okay, and then Q2, 8, 0. No recon, blah, blah, blah. Observers deployed in their place, impact corrections will be reported via teleprinter. Okay. Reference point alpha. I love it when you do this. Not really. Reference points are kind of dumb. Bearing 127 from spotter 1. And 7.44 kilometers from spotter 2. I would like to know how they measure this. Welcome back. We're just getting things set up. Nothing super exciting. Other than they've told us in like 4 places, you won't have pictures. Okay. So there's battery 1, battery 2. Oh, and then there's a reference point Bravo, because of course there is. I guess we'll get to that later. There gave us a reference point A. That's some of the measurements are going to be from. So green is just point A. And I guess there's a point B I'll have to put down later. So bearing 101 degrees. I know my angles. And 13 degrees from spotter 3. I suppose these are going to be hardened targets or something. No one told me that, though. Although I haven't read through everything on the field report. Okay, 258 degrees from Alpha. No, that's not spotter 1. I know what I'm doing. Four, 5, 8. Wow. You realize this gives me an unreasonable large area that this could potentially be. You guys kind of suck at your job. I guess you can't really like draw shapes on here, but we'll do something like that. Is that? It's probably a little bit smaller than that box, but that's fine. Just burn the whole damn town down, honestly. Okay, now we have to find reference point Bravo, which of course is referenced from one of the AA batteries, because they love just making sure we stack up all of our errors. Okay, 276 degrees from gun 1. Did we ask the enemy artillery to take a measurement for us? Like, what is this? And almost 10 kilometers from spotter 2. Honestly, I feel like just asking the forward observers would be more useful. I'm beginning to think the spotters are working for the enemy. Well, that's reference point B, gentlemen. Okay, so gun 3 is... I much prefer this to panicking while the enemy is coming down the beach, trying to do things in a rush. But each degree thing they give me can be plus or minus half a degree. So, I mean, when they say it's that, it's like, well, could be from here... to here. So it's like, well, that range adds up when you start doing measurements of measurements of measurements. Spotter 3, 332 degrees. Especially when you... Yeah, especially when you're doing a very sharp angle like this, a very small error is a pretty wide range. So I'm not entirely sure how trustworthy this one is either. I'd probably give it something like that. Oh, and then naturally battery 4 is measured from battery 2 and battery 3 are two most inaccurate measurements possible. So we may... I guess we'll put it down, but once we get, like, the enemy kills, we may need to remeasure battery 4. I don't think the AA guns should move. I mean, granted, the size of guns that are on Iron Nest shouldn't be able to move around either, so... It'll be pretty wild if we wind up having to fight, like, another Iron Nest. I'm sure the Americans are already working on it after we unveiled it. $359. Well, you know, the fact that these don't actually line up does make me think some of my measurements are wrong. So you're probably somewhere in here, but it gives us a starting point. Once we actually kill one of these, I mean, 2, we have a pretty good idea where it is. Okay, so that was 4. They don't say they're bunkers. I guess they couldn't really be underground, though, could they? I mean, they have to reach the air. Oh, so now we have the armored piercing. high explosives. So this is a medium blast with armor piercing capabilities. Okay, how are we doing on powder, actually? We probably burned through most of it last mission. I must have refilled it. Like I remember. I don't think our gas stuff is really gonna do us any good. We probably won't use low explosive. I don't think we need the parachute delayed stuff. Forward observer we may want to use. I don't see us wanting to move either. Incendiary might be a good choice. Scout plane we can't use. Star we can't use. So these are all our medium blast ones. That's our high blast. Smoke. Yeah, I don't see us using that either. I mean, I'm kind of tempted to just throw an incendiary shell at one of them. I'm not sure if they are armored is the thing. They did just give us the medium blast armor piercing, which makes me think they probably are armored. I guess we're pretty sure where one is, so maybe we'll start with that one. Where would it land if we did 15? That should be close enough. Incendiary is still medium blast, right? Yeah. Okay. Don't have to calculate this one then. Oh, your battery died. That always sucks. I meant to be having that travel while I was setting that, but whatever. We're just gonna try setting this one on fire to find out if we need armor piercing stuff or not. Yeah, potentially. Although that one just says it might start a fire, so I don't know what the odds of actually starting fires are or not. We'll also have no visual on the fire. Okay. I guess we do get to see where the fire is. Battery 1 destroyed. Okay. It just kind of makes me want to throw a big ass bomb at this one. I mean, we'll probably get it. Okay, 5.7. We're not entirely sure where they are. We'll just make the explosion bigger. This only needs to be 34. 57. 9. And 34.2. Well, we hit a couple of things. I'm gonna hope one of those was the anti-air gun. Neither of those was the anti-air gun. Interesting. How did we measure to 2 again? From Alpha and Spawner 1. I guess Alpha might be wrong. Let's see, we do know... I'm trying to think if I know that meme. I'll have to look it up, or you'll have to send it to me. You know, I didn't even write that down. Hey, thanks for checking in. I'm still furry trash. Okay, so battery 1 should have been 101 degrees from point alpha. Oh, from alpha. I'm also measuring to beta, so this would be why I was confused. Oh, math. 101. It's gonna be plus 180. 281. Because I do want to measure from this one. I use a calculator. Okay. I mean, that falls close, but it's probably within the half-degree error. And then 013 from spotter 3. This should be correct because this one I did. Yeah. So point alpha shouldn't be that far off either, though. I don't know. I mean, I get it from like a game mechanic standpoint. Like they're making it harder by making you have to use successive calculations, but I think having like the reference points makes more sense than like, oh, measure from one gun to another. But I don't know, maybe the spies in the city gave us something. Okay, 127 from spotter 1. And it should be 7.44 kilometers from spotter 2. I mean, A's pretty close. I'd say is probably there. So like I don't think A was that far off. How did we get to battery 2 then? Actually, I don't need that firing calculation anymore. $258 from alpha. $258. And it should be 4.58 kilometers from spotter 1. Yeah, I mean, it could be here to the other end. I guess we'll just do the first one and see, and if that doesn't get it, we'll try the other spot. .96. It's gonna be 54.2. I'm much less likely to miss if I shoot with 2 bombs. Well, with the bigger bombs, anyways. I'm not sure how much gunpowder we'll want for the other one, so I won't do that yet. Okay, so this is 29. .76. I really don't like the creaking noises. I'm really hoping that they built this thing properly. Okay. 54.2, 29.76. I imagine the people at AA Gun 2 probably pissed their pants when that one went off. Why did I get a ding? Nearest enemy, enemy armor 3. Well, I'm not trying to hit enemy armor 3. Bearing 116 and 1 kilometer. You know, I don't know why I tried to remember that with my head. When I could have just copied it down to the clipboard. Okay, so that's probably the center of the impact. That's where I was trying to hit. Well, they're giving us the nearest enemy, which is what it does. Like if you miss in the picture, it'll give you like a direction and distance to the nearest enemy. But since I can't give you pictures, this is what they're doing instead. 116. And it should be 1.01. This is the first game where I've used the button on my mouse that lowers the DPI while you hold it down. So is my potential location... Okay, my other potential location is more than 1.01 kilometers away. So it's still possible the gun's over there. I wanted to make sure that it wasn't like, oh, the nearest enemy's further than that. You really messed up somewhere. Okay. Well, it's gonna be 2 powder charges then. Okay, 59.4. And we need to be at 38. Although, yeah, maybe I should have just used the flame bombs and it would have spread and got him. I don't know. Okay, 59.4, 38.22. Stop. Well, that was a lot further off from where I was expecting. Glad I used the big bomb. I mean, I guess it's still along the line. I'm like, is point A that far off? But they didn't give us a distance from point A. Okay. I may actually still need this marker here so I know where 2 actually is. Which Denmark is it? Although they are the ones with the stars above them. Well, my efficiency on this mission is not great. I'm probably not going to get all the medals. Okay, so we got battery 1 and we got battery 2. Hey, Bravo measured from battery 1. So let's double check if point B is correct. It probably is not. Oh no, it's from battery 1. Okay. $276 and 5.96 from spotter 2. Listen, if they'd given me the nuke, I definitely would not have missed. So B is probably more there. Not that B was that far off. So battery 3 is just from Bravo and spotter 3. To be fair, we probably don't have the nuke yet in the war, but there's still one size bigger on my calculator thing, so they still have one bigger bomb they haven't given me. Okay, so from point Bravo, it should be 349. Which we're basically still on that line. And then 332 from spotter 3. I mean, I'm still coming up same spot, so we'll run with it. What's gonna get us? Where's my calculator? There's gonna give us the most coverage. Up. Bumped the right mouse button. Now we want to hit here. Spend all this time calculating where I want the blast to be and then don't aim it at that. That'd be good. Okay, so this is 11.9. 0. Now we may actually... Oh no, that's the one I just ordered. I'm like, we had one here? Yeah, the one I just bought. The elves that deliver my explosives are very sneaky. Okay, 63. 43.6. And we did load 3 charges, yes. Okay, 43.60. 63.6. We'll get rid of these AA guns. There just might not be much town left afterwards. Say la say. Such is war. You know, I must have screwed up something there. Yeah, I was a kilometer short. How did I even do that? Well, there goes that city block. Enemy infantry 9 was 1 kilometer from that. Yeah, there might not really be much city left. I don't know. Okay, we weren't too far off. Okay, so now that we know where 3 is definitively, how are we calculating for battery 2 and battery 3? I mean, we thought they were kind of here. Like, I had just shot lower to cover as much of my uncertainty area as possible. Okay, so 106 degrees from here. And 359. I mean, we have shrunk down the area considerably, but I still feel they could probably be... They're probably here or here. Yeah, because we definitely know that isn't wrong. Oops, says I delete the wrong thing I did not want to delete. Okay. Because, yeah, there's no error in where these are. That's thinking wrong. Okay, so 3, 5, 9. So, I guess if we ask for an observer in N5 or L5, let's do L5. Hopefully the gun is the closest thing. That's not super helpful. L500. Has enemy armor 0.61 away. Okay. Well, that doesn't tell me much. It means the gun's not in this circle, or it's on this circle. Let's do M5. That just gave us a degree, so that's not even super helpful. Okay. I think shooting is just gonna be faster. Okay, 8, 9, 9. This should be bearing 73.2. Well, I already bought these. This mission, I'm definitely spending more requisition points than I'm getting so far, but it's fine. Well, the other target it is. If this doesn't hit it, I'm gonna be kind of upset. That doesn't seem that good. What's happening? Slightly above average friendly fire reports. Discrepancy attributed to equipment fault. I definitely heard something. Earnest can't even fire this fast, so like, what the hell happened here? High command definitely up to something. I want to fire some stars just to see, but there may not be anything to see. H4, F5, and another H4. They've taken away my requisition points too. I didn't do nothing. I'm not even pointed that direction. Oh, I guess we did get pictures. Yeah. Am I supposed to stand down? I am allowed to continue. There was an awful lot of noise, which makes me think like fighter jets or something, but I don't know. It could have been incoming artillery. I think someone else has perhaps gotten involved in the war. Although, if they had something that powerful, why they wouldn't just shoot at Earnest, I'm not sure. I might be getting a little cheeky trying to get all 3. Although we could do a firebomb, I guess. Unless this thing is real and Thomas isn't just batshit crazy. Darn, the fire spread the wrong way. Oh, no. It sure is spreading. It just isn't going the way I would have hoped. Yeah, the wind must be blowing the other direction, I guess. Oh, well, I guess I'll just have to switch to, ye old cement brick. Like, so many things here are just horrendously over-engineered. 62 degrees for this other one. Still need to calculate the elevation. Okay, 4218. Then we might need to shoot some star rounds to find anything else. Well, I guess there are a couple things over here, huh? Did not see those before. Guess we'll get a couple drill rounds to take care of these. You're getting rock therapy. It's just a very modern version of a trebuchet, I mean. Okay, we're doing the bottom one. And then... And then 814 for the other one. Okay, so we're at 78.7, so we want to do... $53, 3, 4. Okay, 53, 3, 4 at 78.7. Then you should be at 48, 84 at 80.4. And then maybe we'll get more reconnaissance from this. Do we start a fire in the middle, or will an HE hit all three? This one would, though. Our stats are already in the garbage, so who cares? I'll bring our average kills per round up too, so it might make our numbers look a little better. This is 9, 3, 4. $78.3. Ah, Felix is sleeping on the bed. No big surprise there, I guess. I'm impressed he can sleep through this. I think Aqua's right. He's definitely a deaf cat. Or he became a deaf cat after being here for a day. Okay. 78.3, 56.04. Oh, I guess that did wake him up. He's walking around now, but he really doesn't care. I mean, we're slowly working our way through the city, I guess. What's left of it? Uh, 46.72. Ooh, an enemy commander or something. Hey, point B was actually pretty close. But yeah, somehow I screwed that up, huh? Was I off by one again, or what did I do? I just had the wrong distance. 77.4, that's what we're on. Did I run out of concrete rounds on this side? I know I put in what was on the paper, so I must have put the wrong number in the calculator or something. Hey Clarabelle, thanks for the raid. Doing art, huh? Hope that went well. We're playing some Iron Nest. It's an alternate version of the 20s. Where we're a giant walking artillery gun. There we go. I actually put the right numbers in the thing this time. I don't know how I screwed it up last time. Well, I'm glad it was productive. Sorry if I'm a little scatterbrained. Feel free to raid and run if you need to, or just to hang out. I kind of do variety streams, mostly gaming. Someday I might do some 3D modeling and stuff. I do have a 3D printer and stuff, but I haven't really had anything there to stream. Yeah, this mission is a long one. Well, I mean, I could end it now. I'm just, like, cleaning up all the enemies just because. Okay, so I think we don't... Okay, we do have one round left over here. Okay, 12:06, and this is at 81.1. And then we have one at 12.8. And that's 81.3. .23 kilometers. And then 11.82 at 66.6. Okay, so we need one more round for the right gun and 2 for the left. Okay, so let's just put these in order. Okay, so we want to go to 81.1 and 48.24. Then 81.3 at 51.2. Okay, we hit that one. Okay. So we hit those targets. Okay, so 74 degrees. $44.92. Okay, 74.0, 44.92. Okay, then we need to go to 66.6. And you need to be 47.28. Yeah, the heading to that one was exactly 666. We may have actually gotten all of the enemies. I guess there's only one spot we haven't seen. Actually, I wonder if it would just be easier if we do like M5 at 322 for a recon flight. Was it 322? Yeah. And M5. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure we got everything then. What are the newspapers gonna say about our incident? I wonder. Probably absolutely nothing. The Premier of France has issued an apology to Britain. Yeah, I'm gonna end it here too, but absolutely nothing about the other thing. But yeah, that we're definitely heading into the this timeline's World War. Somehow I got all the medals except the minimum requisition, because we definitely spent a lot of money. And we got a couple other shells that we'll check out next time, I guess. But yeah, the missions can be, I mean, if you don't want to do like all the completionist and like get all the enemies, then you could have ended that one a lot earlier. But I'm really enjoying it. Well, the accuracy, yeah, I guess we fired a lot of shells at the end, which kind of sandbagged the accuracy stat. And then we also did some where we got like 3 targets. So I don't know how it calculates accuracy. Is it just any that like hit any, or yeah, but I'm enjoying it.